Hello, everybody. Pleasure to see you on this beautiful Sunday. 4th of July weekend is in full effect. It's beautiful to be seeing all of your lovely faces. I am going to go ahead and get the promotion for the stream done so we can get this working. So, allow me a few moments while I get this working, shall we? Alright, let's see here. Alright. Appreciate everybody's patience. Alright, still continuing on here. Just getting a few promotions out here for the stream. So appreciate you guys' patience. Alright, just a couple more postings here. Appreciate you guys being so very patient with me. Alright, so the shameless self-promotion is done. Make sure I'm just about prepared. Give me just a moment here. Yeah, we can keep this over here. That's fine. That's fine. Alright, so we're going to give a few minutes here to let some people join in on our lovely celebration. It's not really a celebration. Hopefully we'll be celebrating by the end of it, though. That is the goal. Alright. Now let's go ahead and grab our subjects for the day. We've got 1, we've got two. Actually, this one, might as well show it off. Special Edition Project Scorpio, Xbox One X. And we've got three Xbox One X's, all in various need of repair. Now, I've tested the first two that I showed you guys, including the Project Scorpio and the first one I pulled out. Both of those have pretty simple issues, I think. One of them won't read discs. Everything else works flawlessly. I already tested it. The second one, the eject button doesn't work. It presses in fine, like you can feel the click on it, but it's not ejecting the disc. So I'm pretty sure that's probably just going to be a torn ribbon cable or something like that. I'll have to dig into it and find out exactly. This last one that I showed you guys here, I have no idea what's wrong with it. I bought it off of eBay, and it was sold as no display, but I have not done any testing on it whatsoever. So we're going to find out what's actually wrong with it. And hopefully it's just a no display. And yeah, we'll throw the HDMI chip on there. I just got a fresh batch of HDMI chips in. Throw an HDMI chip on there. Bing bong. Hopefully everything's all good to go. So I'm going to hang out for just a little while longer and let some people show up. And we will begin. All right. Got the fan on full blast. I'm trying to keep that away from the microphone as much as possible, but it's hot. Y'all gonna have to deal with a little air reverberation, all right? I also have a video that I haven't finished editing yet that I will be uploading to the channel. This is a PS5 that came in with very obvious drop damage. Somebody dropped this poor thing, and both back USB ports completely destroyed, and the HDMI port totally destroyed. Had to replace all three of them. It was a fun job. So I'll be editing that video, and I should have that up in the next couple of days here, while we're all enjoying this lovely 4th of July holiday weekend. So we're gonna give it about probably 2-ish more minutes, and see how that goes. Alright. So about one more minute and we will kick things off. Now, if I'm not mistaken, it's the Project Scorpio that has the bad eject button. I will double check that real quick. I think we're probably going to get to the disk drive ones first, because those are going to be at least relatively quick. I don't have to do a full full teardown of everything. Pretty much just going to be, taking the consoles apart and remove the disk drive if necessary, and do a little bit of cleaning. I have a replacement disk drive for one of them. The other one doesn't need a disk drive. The eject button doesn't work, so we're going to check that out. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and get started here. Hopefully people will trickle in as we go, and if not, hey, no big deal. I'm having fun. So, alright. This first one is no display. So I'm going to bring you guys over. You're going to see my OBS real quick. Actually, no, you will not see my OBS. Yeah, you'll see my OBS. Alright. So let's bring you guys over to where you can see the screen. All right. Now again, I did not test this beforehand. The only one I tested was the 2 other Xboxes. So, all right. So let's go ahead and power this on. All right. So this one for sure was the no display. However, I did not test it. And sure enough, no display. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's like no movement in that HDMI port, so I know it's not the port. Alright, well, probably going to have to replace the HDMI chip on that, which is not a big deal. We can make that happen. Alright, so let's go ahead and shut it down. There we go. Alright. Go. Alright, so I'm going to move that one off to the side for the moment. And we'll come back to that one. Alright, let's check out this Project Scorpio. This one is quite dirty, but it does display. And everything except the eject button tested fine when I tested it. So, let's see here. Go ahead and turn it on. Yeah, see, there's just no reaction. Normally you hear like a little chime or something coming from the disk drive, and this time there's just nothing. Yep. So, as you can see, beautiful display. Everything works fine. I'm just going to let it load up to the next available dash screen. I'm pretty sure I already did a factory reset on these, so shouldn't be a problem, but I'm just going to let it shut down the other way. I don't like pulling the power cords out until it loads to the dashboard and I can shut it down properly. It's probably fine. I'm just superstitious about that kind of thing. So we're going to wait and let it load up for a moment. But yeah, there is just no reaction from the eject button at all. Alright. Hey, look, there's my stuff. Alright. So we're going to shut it down. Alright. Shut down. Disconnect. Alright, so this one is no eject. And that means this bottom one does not read the disk. So let's go ahead and knock out the no eject button first, because I feel like that's probably going to be the easiest one, and I prefer to take care of the easy ones first. Alright, there we go. Yeah, just checking the stream. Alright, so I'm going to move you guys in as close as possible while I'm gonna alright, there we go. Just want to get you guys in here. Alright, so I'm going to leave these two on top of each other for the time being. And we're going to go, okay, so somebody's been in here before. You'll notice, if you look here, the warranty sticker, it's kind of hard to see from where you're at, but the warranty sticker that's normally right here is gone. So somebody's been in here previously, and there's tool marks on the screws, which is fun. Alright, so I do need to switch my... is this my T9? That's a T10. I think my T10 will be fine here. Alright, so let's go ahead and get these screws out. Yeah, it's been a while since I've taken one of these apart. I'm going to have to remember where these screws go. I mean, obviously it's not, you know, a huge deal or anything, but I've worked on so many PS5s lately that, you know, for a while all I was doing was Xbox, and now I'm becoming a lot more PS5 oriented. All right, so let's go ahead and get this disconnected. Oh, random bar. There we go. Perfect. All right. And this has to work with me. I said it has to work with me. There we go. Come on. There we go. If we're gonna slide, we'll slide. That's fine. I'm fine with that. There we go. That's fine. Totally fine. Alright, so eject button, I need to check that because that is the problem we're having here. So let's move around a bit and see what we're looking at. Okay. So the eject button runs down here. Alright, so I am going to have to take the console out of the housing in order to get down to the ribbon cable where this is. I mean, the ribbon cable doesn't look in too bad a shape. I hope I don't have to end up replacing it. But we shall see. We shall see indeed. Alright, so for right now, I'm going to go ahead and take out the power board. There we go. Two. 3. And we're going to, where's my pointy tweezers? Alright, so I'm gonna pop this out slightly without pushing too hard because there is a ribbon cable that's connected to this power board, and we want to safely disconnect that. Go. Let me just gently grab on that ribbon cable, just like that. And yeah, I don't see any problems with the connector itself. Ribbon cable looks pretty okay, but we'll take a look down south and we'll see how it goes. Just double checking the stream. Okay, perfect, good to go. All right. And where are we? Where to put my screwdriver? All right. I'm also going to take off the Wi-Fi card while I'm here. Let's not forget to do that. Oh. Alright, and we'll just pull off the Wi-Fi board, like so. Alright, now that the main boards are out, Switch back over to my T10. Apparently that's one's still going to take a T8. Okay. All right, and we're gonna just carefully disconnect this connector right here. Just move that off to the side. All right, now I'm only gonna be taking out the frame screws for this because that's all I need to take out for the moment. I don't have to disassemble the actual console itself. Go. That's number one. See, the problem with these little motorized screwdrivers, I mean, they're great for, saving your wrist from the death that comes with taking these things apart. But that initial little bite right there, it doesn't have enough torque to hang with it. Also, there is a... Oh, no. Oh, what happened here? Okay, I'm beginning to see problems. What is going on here? Okay, I'll show you guys in a second. Hang on. I'm beginning to see some issues. Alright, well, so before I take this whole thing apart, immediately I'm noticing... It'd be easier to see it this way, I think. So, whoever had this open last, this screw is not screwed down all the way, and this screw is sideways. It's kind of hard to tell, but it's put in sideways. Less than ideal. And those are both component screws as well, it looks like. It's hard to tell. Oh no, actually one of those is a frame screw. Oh boy. Let's see what happens. Go. Okay. Go. I feel like that's a frame screw. Oh, what the hell happened here? Alright, that's not gonna work. Gonna need ratchet screwdriver for this one. Alright, ratchet screwdriver, save me. Alright, ratchet screwdriver's here to save the day. That's not even the right screw. Oh no, it is the right screw. This is the component screw. It's missing a frame screw. Ah, Jesus. Alright, well, let's see if this thing will actually sit back the way it's supposed to. Okay. Nope, looks like it's stripped. That's fantastic. What's going on with this guy? I can't just leave it alone now that I see it. I really don't want to take this thing apart. Well, at least that one tightens down. Oh no, they just used the wrong damn screw. Okay, I see. Alright, so, yeah, no, it's not that that screw doesn't fit. It's that they used the wrong one. Okay, that makes a little more sense now. Alright, what the hell screw is this? I don't know, but it's not the right one. Let's go ahead and use the right one, shall we? I do have extra. Somewhere. Where are my extra screws? There we go. And it's for sure missing a frame screw. 100% missing a frame screw. Okay. So that is the correct screw that is supposed to go in there. And I think whoever did this last has just stripped whatever threads were there. Anyway, I'm going down a rabbit hole. No rabbit holes. Where'd I put my screwdriver? There we go. Alright, and I got one frame screw left over here. There we go. Let's go ahead and take that out. And let's remove this from its housing, shall we? Stand it up. Okay, why is it telling me, why is it feeling like there's something else holding it in when I know there's not? What's going on here? Okay, there we go. Okay. Alright, so like I said, I did test the disk drive on this already, and I know that it works because it reads disks fine and I can manually eject it when I go into the dashboard, but the eject button itself is not working at all. So I'm going to move this down for a moment here, and we're going to take a look at this little board over here and the ribbon cable running to it. So it looks like maybe that cable's just not plugged in enough. It's hard to tell, but there is a black line that normally shows where it's supposed to insert up to, and I don't see that here. But somebody also put, somebody put electrical tape around the damn cord, which means there's probably a tear. Oh, I hope not, because I don't have a replacement ribbon cord. I'll bet that's what it is. I'm going to have to take it apart. Okay, so as you guys can see here, there is electrical tape around the ribbon cord. That leads me to believe that the ribbon cord is torn, and that also will lead me to believe, you can kind of see it way better right there, there's electric tape around the ribbon cable. I'm going to take it off and take a look. If that is the case, then this is going to be a no fix right away because I don't have a replacement ribbon cable and I'm going to have to order one. So, check the stream. Alright, fantastic. Alright, so let's go ahead and take this electrical tape off and see what we got ourselves into. I mean, luckily, if that's the case, it's just a ribbon cable replacement. Those are simple, and we can get a nice, easy fix out of that one as soon as I have the ribbon cable. I just don't have the ribbon cable. There we go. Alright, so let's go ahead and carefully remove this electrical tape. I'm pretty sure I know what I'm going to find. Yep, there it is. That's it. Oh my god, this thing's decimated. Holy shit. Okay. Well, it's an easy fix. Let me see if I can get you guys a better look at it here. Okay, so let me kind of position this a bit better. Alright, so it's kind of hard to tell, but you can see that there's a tear right in the ribbon cable. Let me Get a little closer to it, maybe point at it a bit. Alright, so, oh yeah, there you can see it. Perfect. Look at that. That ribbon cable is entirely torn. So, yeah. That's why it had electrical tape over it. And that's why the eject button doesn't work, because that cable runs to this board right over here, and that board is where the eject button is. So that ribbon cable is fried. I'm gonna have to get a new one, which means that is a no fix for the time being. That's unfortunate. Alright, well, we got that one out of the way early. Let's go ahead and reassemble. Matter of fact, I'm not even going to reassemble fully. I'm just going to put this back in its chassis. And that's as far as I'm going to take it. I'm going to keep it disassembled until I get the ribbon cable. But I do want to have it back in the chassis. And honestly, I'm not really even concerned about damaging the ribbon cable. So I'm not being super careful about where I put this in the chassis, because the ribbon cable is already decimated. So I'm not being overly cautious about where I'm putting things. Let's go ahead and slide this into place. There we go. Alright, so I'm just going to put the frame screws back in, and I'm going to move it over to my my other board, or my other desk, I should say. So let's knock that out real fast. Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, it could be worse. It could be way worse. But, yeah, a ribbon cable is not very expensive. I just have to find the right one. And from there, it'll be easy as pie. That's unfortunate. I was hoping to at least get a nice quick one, and maybe the ribbon cable was just disconnected, or yeah, got left out during the last repair. But alas, it was not to be. All right. The last couple frame screws in, and we'll throw the boards back on as well, just so everything's in one spot and I'm not getting things confused. Alright. There we go. Again, I'm not even going to plug that ribbon cable back in because it is damaged beyond repair. That's not true. It probably could be repaired, but I am not going to do jumper wire replacement on a ribbon cable. I'm just not going to do it. It doesn't make any kind of sense for me to do that. Go. Go. And there's those two little baby screws. Go ahead and put those back on the connector as well. Oh, spinning all over the place. Alright, well, another problem for another day. I will get the ribbon cable ordered and have that fixed in a jiffy. we go. Go. And we're just going to move this off to the side for the time being. I will reorganize at a later date. But we're just going to move on to the second one, because the second one I can fix regardless, because I have a replacement disk drive for it. It's coming from an Xbox One S that I was going to repair, but, I mean, honestly, if it's the same thing, I'll just use the parts. It's missing a hard drive anyway, that Xbox One S, so, I mean, I may just take parts out. I have replacement hard drives, but I might want to save those for other consoles, so we'll see how it goes. But, either way, Project Scorpio is sidelined for the time being. We're going to go ahead and just move this down for a moment. Ugh. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot. Oh, I did forget. Oh, I am so silly. I do have a replacement ribbon cable. I totally forgot about that. Ah, interesting. Okay. All right. Hey, Uber Micro Repair. It's good to see you, my friend. Yep. That is absolutely a winner. We take those. I actually just realized that the original Xbox that I failed on, my first repair on an Xbox One X, is still down here. I swear, if this has a good ribbon cable. Oh, I mean, it's dirty as all hell, but that is a winning ribbon cable. Unreal. Unreal. Go ahead and clean this off real quick. All right. Unreal. Look at this. That is a good ribbon cable from another console, from the Xbox that I lost to. I don't like to say it like that, but that's what happened, so it's fine. Hell with it. Let's get it fixed. Let's do it now. We will do it now. Alright, let me go ahead and remove this good ribbon cable. There we go. Alright, so I do want to be super gentle with this cable because it is my only one. Looks like there's some adhesive on here or something. Alright, so I gotta be super careful with this cable. Where's my flat tip? There we go. Alright, so I'm gonna try and be really, really gentle with this cable. There we go. Very gently. Why am I removing the ribbon cable? Why don't I just transfer it into the case? The top case is the Project Scorpio part. Nah, I'll keep it intact. Yeah, I'll keep it with the original casing. Alright, so. Oh, Hopefully. Oh, there's little sticky pads holding the dang thing in. Okay. Well, we're going to try and keep those intact as well. There we go. And disconnect ribbon cable. And that's a new ribbon cable. How about that? Oh, this is why we keep parts, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Yep. Okay. Sorry, you guys are probably hearing a lot of my fan. My apologies. Well, now that we spent all the time putting it back together, let's take it apart. I'm so glad I remembered I had that ribbon cable. And honestly, it's because I was putting the console down where the old console was that I saw the husk of it. I was like, oh yeah, I have a ribbon cable. Oh, that's fantastic. All right, we're starting with a victory, baby. Hell yeah. Go. Go. All right. All right. Swap out. Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad we didn't put it all the way back together. Otherwise, this would be a lot more frustrating. But that's exactly why I didn't want to bring it or take the whole thing apart. Or, sorry, put it all back together. Because I probably would have ordered the ribbon cable from Amazon and would have gotten here in just a couple days. And I did not want to go through that whole process again. All right. So let's go ahead and once again carefully remove this from its chassis. All right. Sorry guys, just checking something real quick. Okay, good. Sorry guys, just checking something real quick. Alright, yeah, I just wanted to... The YouTube side of things was looking real weird. Alright, okay. Perfect, stream is still going well. So, let's go ahead and remove the offending ribbon cable. And I am indeed offended. How dare you wrap electrical tape around a ribbon cable and attempt to call that working? You rude person. Especially on a special edition like this, man. This thing deserves better than that. Alright, there we go. So this is the offending ribbon cable. As you can see, it is quite destroyed. Let me get you guys in focus here. You want to focus? You want to help me out here? Okay. There we go. So, quite destroyed, as you can see. Alright, so we're going to take the new ribbon cable, and we're going to turn it around here. And we're going to very carefully insert the new ribbon cable. Come on now. Don't be difficult. Why you make things so difficult? It's really easy to get out. Getting it back in is a whole nother story. And again, I don't have a replacement, so I really need this one to work. Alright, I think I'm in. Not quite. Not all the way, anyway. Okay. That should be good. Alright, and now we're gonna slide over here and push down on these little sticky pads so that hopefully they might stick once more. Alright. Well, now that that's done, I will be much more careful about putting this back in now to ensure that I'm not messing up this ribbon cable. Alright, so we're going to grab that ribbon cable and just move it out of the way. It's not sitting quite right. Is it? I feel like it's not sitting quite right. No. Yeah, no, it's sitting good. Okay. Alright. Well, now with the new ribbon cable installed, let's go ahead and put things back together and then we can actually test. How exciting is that? Alright, there we go. Let's go ahead and start using the wrong size. Let's go ahead and put the frame screws in with the correct size first. Give it a nice, good tightening. There we go. Oh man, I'm so stoked I found that ribbon cable. I would love to get all three of these working today. That would be a huge win in my book. There we go. Now the one thing I don't have extra of these screws is frame screws. So, unfortunately, I'm just going to have to deal with the one missing screw. I don't like it, but it is what it is. Alright, let's go ahead and swap tips. Now I'm moved over to, so I use a T10 for the frame screws, and I'm now moving to a T8 for the remainder of the screws, which are the Wi-Fi board, the power board, and this little connector, which I believe is the sync connector. There we go. Alright. This is going to be interesting. Make sure I did this right. Come on. Really? Power button trying to play games with me. Alright, so first things first. Let's go ahead and get this ribbon cable installed. Power board, give myself room to work here. Alright, so now the ribbon cable is installed. Just trying to maybe tuck some of this away gently as possible. That should be fine. And I am so confident this is going to work that I'm actually going to reassemble it in full. That's how confident I am in this first one. Okay. There we go. Didn't want to line up. Alright. Power board reinstalled. Let's move over to the Wi-Fi card. There we go. Uh-oh, nope, let's back this up. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Now it's better. It was pushing up against the frame. And we want to make sure it's not doing that. Go. Okay. And final piece. Interesting. That one doesn't want to go in for some reason. Okay. Switching over to ratchet screwdriver. Because it's not lined up properly. Is that the reason? Yep, that's the reason. Not lined up properly. Alright, well, not a huge deal. We will unscrew and realign. Not a big one. Okay. Alright, and we'll take that out. There we go. That's the reason. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's grab the top. Where's my test disc? There we go. Oh, test disc is hiding on me. Okay, let's have that at the ready. Alright, there we go. I see the problem. Alright, let's go ahead and pop this back up. There we go. Okay. Alright. Issue is resolved. There we go. Boom. Alright, and final two screws. There we go. And final screw going in for the first dub of the day. All right. Moment of truth. Let's go ahead and plug it in. Oh, sorry for missing your comment there, Uber. No, these all three of these were eBay purchases. So these are all purchases to resell. These two were bought as a pair, the Project Scorpio and the other disk drive one, and then the no display was purchased from a separate customer, separate eBay seller. But all three of them are eBay's to fix and sell. All right. Let's go ahead, swap over. Let's go ahead and get it turned on. Alright, let's see. I'll let it load up to the dash for a minute here. Let's go ahead and get the controller plugged in. Go. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and load into my profile. Alright, so... Oh, I have a chime. Let's go ahead and put in our test disk. There we go. Alright, so you guys can see that it has loaded up my test disk, Dishonored 2. Let's check resume install. Just make sure. I already double checked it, but let's just make sure it does read. Yep, and immediately starts reading, which is fantastic. I've already tested all of the network testing and controllers. It's already fully updated, everything like that, so don't have to worry about that. But now the real test. Is it going to eject? Hell yeah, it is. That's fantastic. All right, that is a win. Let's go ahead and shut this baby down. And that is one of 3 fixed. So we are going to skip right over to number 2. Disconnect. I am going to give that a better cleaning and all of that before I resell it. But that is a working console. That's beautiful. Just beautiful. And a special edition at that. Alright, this is all dirty. Alright, so to give you guys a clue on the next one here. There we go. Alright, so we'll go ahead and turn it on. And again, this one I've already tested, ran through all of the diagnostics and everything, and the only thing that I found wrong was the disk drive is not reading disks. So I am going to test that again. There it is, that beautiful Xbox logo. Now this one you'll hear does have, well, it's kind of hard to hear, but you can kind of hear it. The disk drive works. Well, sorry, the eject button works. And it takes disks in, and I can hear it spin up. So I don't know if it's a bad laser or something else within the disk drive itself. But I'm just going to illustrate it for you guys real quick so you'll see what I'm talking about. Like I said, I've already ran through all the updates and installation on these. So, there we go. Controller's in. Now, obviously, before I resell them, I will do a full factory reset on all of them, removing all users, everything like that. Alright, so we're at the dashboard. So let's go ahead and put in the same disk that we just used. Takes it in, no problem. That thing is silky smooth. But we're going to sit here for a few minutes. Well, not a few minutes. We're going to sit for like a minute, maybe two. Yeah, like I can feel it spinning up. And I can hear it spinning up. But for some reason, it just will not read the disk. Yeah, so it's just not loading the disk at all. I can go to My Games and Apps, and what's in queue? Nope, that's not necessary. Yeah, there's just nothing showing up on the disk drive at all. It's not even recognizing that there's a disk in there. So we're going to go ahead and eject the disk first and foremost. So I will attempt to clean the laser first, but I have a feeling I'm probably going to have to replace the disk drive, which is fine. Not the end of the world. Alright, so we're fully shut down. There we go. Alright. So before I get too far into this here, I am going to go in and grab the disk drive that I'm going to be putting in, assuming I need to. Oh, there appears to be a bit of liquid spillage on the Xbox that I was planning on fixing, which means I am not going to be fixing it, but I hope this disk drive still works. I don't know how that happened. Extra component screw. And disk drive is out. Alright, I don't see any liquid to the disk drive or any of the components, which is good. I'm very confused as to how there's water on there, which is even more concerning. Let me grab a rag. That's why I keep rags here, just in case. You must be prepared. Alright, so I've got the disk drive to replace it. Let's go ahead and start the teardown. Now this one I know has never been opened because that warranty sticker is still on there. See it shining? So I know this has never been opened, which is great news for me. I would prefer it not be opened. Alright, check the stream. Awesome. Alright. So we're going to go ahead and start removing the back plate screws. There we go. Yeah, I can tell those have never been removed. That was a pain in the butt to get off. Alright, and sharp tweezers to do away with this here warranty sticker. There we go. Warranty sticker is dealt with. we go. And we'll go ahead and push up and pull off. There we go. Ooh, this thing has seen better days. That is dusty, and well, as my son likes to say, dusty, musty, and crusty. Oh boy. Alright, so before we get too far into this, let's go ahead and do a quick airbrushing. Alright. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to do more of it, but I'll do that when there's not so much components around it. I'll get it kind of undone first. Alright. And let's go ahead and start with the power board and power cable. Or, sorry, power board and Wi-Fi board. Go. Loosen up the ribbon cable. All right. There we go. Alright, we'll disconnect this carefully because the ribbon cable is still in there. And we're just going to pull gently. I've already released the locking tab, so we're not breaking anything. There we go. Perfect. This one I don't need to do a huge airbrush on. We're just going to grab our little brush right here. And we're going to just give it a quick dusting. Get all that nasty dirt and grime off. I've had people comment before and tell me to use gloves when I'm doing repairs with stuff like this. It's very rare that I'll actually use gloves unless I see like roaches or something like that. And honestly, if I find roaches in here, I don't have any gloves right now. So it's just going to be a situation. But hopefully we don't run into that problem. There we go. There we go. And gently disconnect this connector. There we go. Turn around to the Wi-Fi board. Alright, and disconnect the Wi-Fi board, and same thing, we'll just give it a quick dust. Alright, put the Wi-Fi board off to the side, and swap over tips to the T10, and start removing these frame screws. Yeah, this one has all the frame screws. Oh, no, it doesn't. The other one wasn't missing screws. They put the screw in the wrong place. See, I told you I'm out of practice on these Xboxes. I see the issue now, though. No, that's fine. When I go back in and give it an actual clean and replace the thermal paste and everything like that, I'll actually fix that. This is just to get the babies working. Go. Ooh. Yeah, see what I mean? These things do not have a whole lot of torque. Like, I'm pushing down the button just to give it the torque I need to remove it. There we go. Well, it's still better than nothing. It's better than a lot of the other screwdrivers I've used for these jobs. Come on, there you go. You got it. You got it. Alright. It's all of them? All of them. Alright. Gonna lift up. And it's definitely dusty. But I don't see bugs, which is awesome news. Alright. I am going to go ahead and give this an air dust while I've got it open. So bear with me, loud noises. Right. There we go. That'll do for now. And I'm just going to kind of give this a quick dust off. Yeah, that's all I'm going to do for now. Doesn't need to be perfect. Alright, now because it is so dirty, I do think that it's possible maybe while it was taking discs in, it did get the laser dirty. So, it's certainly possible. Oh yeah, Uber, I just picked up the Drag 3, man. Honestly, I'm not too impressed with the TPP coils. They seem to burn out a lot quicker than I would like. But the battery life on this thing is way better than the one I had previously, which I don't think was a Drag model. I don't remember what it was. But I like the Drag 3 a lot. So, yeah, I'm with you on that one, man. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and flip this over. Take out 2 screws. Come on. There we go. Being very uncooperative. Alright. And from there, we should be able to just kind of pop this off. Just kind of pop this off. There we go. Being very uncooperative. Alright. And here we are at the offending disk drive. Yep, let me go ahead and give this an air adjusting real quick. Sorry guys, loud noises. Oh yeah. I'll tell you guys something in a second, hang on. That's enough of adjusting for now. So you'll see how dirty this thing was. So number one, oh, it's from a smoker. That's why. I thought these were burn marks. It's not. No, that's cigarette smoke. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this was a smoker's console. Okay. I mean, look, we were just talking about vapes. I do vape. I was a smoker for a long time. No judgment. But keep it away from the consoles, man. Like, it gums up all the works, and then it gets nasty and dirty, and then I gotta clean it, and it's not fun. I mean, don't make me do extra work just because you guys need to smoke. Smoke away from the consoles, huh? A message from your friends here at Roy's Repair and Resale. Alright, so we're gonna lift up on the disk drive here. I do have to move the power supply out of the way to get to the disk drive. Actually, before I do that, while I've got this here, let's go ahead and re-plug in the power connector. And let's see. Let's see if we can hear the disc spinning up. Oh, you know what? No, because I don't have the eject button hooked up. Well, I mean, I suppose I could just hook it up. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah, let's do that. Sorry, indecision for a moment there, but yeah, let's go ahead and do it real quick, just to see now that I've gotten it apart, if we can hear the disk drive spinning. Let's go ahead and oh no, avalanche! I got so many boxes and random things here. Alright, so let's go ahead and plug this in. Move it over here so I can actually get it plugged in. Okay. Let's go ahead and get the power and HDMI plugged in. Actually, just power, really. No. Let's not break things. I was trying to get you guys more in view of it, but it looks like that's not going to work. So, let's go ahead and get the power plugged in. Down some. we go. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and power it on. And let's go ahead and throw the disc in, and let's see what I can hear. Yeah. So it starts to spin up for a moment, and then it just seems like it can't finish the job. Let's go ahead and plug an HDMI in just to double check and make sure that it's not loading in, but I am about 85% sure, or I'm sorry, 95% sure that it's not going to be loaded up. Go. Let's just double check. Right up with the controller. Go. Okay. So now we got the disc in. And yeah, I mean, there's still just nothing showing up. So yeah, it's not reading it. Okay. All right, not a big deal. That's why I wanted to double check. So I do hear it trying to spin up, but it's just not actually. There we go. Let's get the disc out of there. All right. All right. Well, worth a test. Always like to double check and see what I can hear, see. You know, the visual inspection and auditory inspection are big parts of the repair process, so it's always worth it to take a look. All right. So first things first, we're going to go ahead and remove this disk drive. Let me get you guys back on screen so I can see. Right, and double check on the stream real quick. All right, fantastic. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and disconnect power first of all. Let's not kill ourselves, huh? Or unalive ourselves, sorry. Forgot YouTube has policies. All right, so I do have to remove the power supply in order to get to the cables for the disk drive. Oh, right, there's screws on the bottom. I forgot about that. Okay. Alright, this one's going to require a ratchet screwdriver because these are screws that have never been opened, so they have factory tightness. So ratchet screwdriver to the rescue. And while I'm at it, I'll probably just remove everything because I need to replace the thermal paste on this for sure. Alright, there we go. Ratchet screwdriver is the best. I do have a normal repair screwdriver, but I like this one because it has a bigger handle and it's easier on my wrists. So if you guys do find yourself struggling with some of the smaller screwdrivers, get one that has a larger handle. It's so much easier on your wrist. I know the iFixit Manta driver is a much bigger driver. Seems to be way easier on the wrist, so that's something I've looked into, but I already had this screwdriver, so why spend money when I don't need to? I will tell you, the one thing about Xboxes that I do like working on is there is minimal screws. I mean, minimal. I just finished working on my buddy's PS5, who damaged the M.2 connector, and I had to replace it. And I swear, there's like 743,000 screws on that thing, man. It is not fun. There you go. All right. And swap over to the T8 for the X-clamp screws. We're just going to take care of everything in one fell swoop here. X-clamp. X-clamp. All right. All right, there we go. And now we gingerly flip it back over. There we go. And get to the proper orientation. There's a pad of some kind. I don't know where that came from. All right, so again, we move the disk drive out of the way, which will then allow us to uproot the power supply. And remove that adhesive, and therefore we can remove the power supply in just a moment. And we'll go ahead and take off the disk drive. Yeah, it's the same disk drive. Obviously, I know I have to swap the daughter boards on here because they are married to the consoles, but I just wanted to make sure. Actually, the disk drive in the Xbox One S that I just pulled out was manufactured after the disk drive that I just pulled out of this One X, which is very strange. But it is what it is. Not a big deal. Alright, disk drive out. Oh. Hard drive out. Oh yeah. Hola. It's got some dust and some smoke and a bunch of other gross stuff. Fan needs good cleaning for sure. Let's fully remove the power supply. Alright, so let's go ahead and just remove the thermal paste, give the board a good clean real quick. Let's just get that out of the way so I can start reconnecting things. Give the board a quick dusting. And same thing to the top side. I'm actually going to go ahead and use the air gun because I do have to get this heatsink. Loud noises. That'll do for now. And actually, no, it won't. Go. Yeah, the cigarette smoke smell is definitely coming in way stronger right now. Don't smoke around your consoles, people. Please, oh please. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and move this down. I'm going to have to get some alcohol and really get that into, kind of scrub that down a bit. But, meantime, go ahead and pop the X-clamp. Go. There we go. Alright, let's check the status of this thermal paste. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, it's stuck. Oh boy. Alright, I gotta be gentle. There we go. Oh yeah, okay. Definitely needs thermal paste. Let's go ahead and knock that out real quick. Get the dust of all this thermal viscous paste off. Right. Alright, grab a couple of Q-tips, and actually let's go ahead and switch over to microscope cam. There we go. Alright, and let's grab ourselves a few Q-tips. Take it off the heatsink first. Oh yeah, that is drier than a Popeye's biscuit. Good God. Alright, there we go. Get that all cleaned off. Alright. I understand this is not part of the repair, but it is something that I'm going to have to do anyway, so before I get to putting everything back together, I might as well go ahead and get this clean and the thermal paste replaced, because no matter what, I will have a working disk drive after this, whether it's cleaning the laser or replacing the disk drive. Either way, I'm going to have a working one, so it doesn't make any sense not to get this cleaned up ahead of time. This way I can just reassemble. Alright. So I'm very gentle around these caps. Obviously this is the APU. If you're not familiar with what the APU is, it is the heart and soul of your console. If anything gets damaged on this chip, you can replace it if you want, but it would be much cheaper to buy a new console. So I'm always super careful around these. Right. Just get as much of that cleaned off as we can. Alright, and we'll just come in and kind of brush off the loose thermal paste. It's not like the PS5s with liquid metal. Thermal paste is not conductive, so it's not going to hurt anything. And we'll come in with some IPA. Right, and I'm just going to come in here with some tweezers. You'll see that one of my ends is kind of bent. That's fine. Makes it easier to get in between these caps here. It was an unintentional consequence, as I did not want them to bend, but it does make cleaning the thermal paste between these caps a whole lot easier. So yeah, you got to find the positive in everything, guys. Not everything is as negative as the world makes it seem nowadays. So always look for the positive. Sometimes it's harder to find. Sometimes the world can get pretty dark. But there's always light to be found. You just gotta go looking for it. Never forget that. Words of inspiration from your friends here at Roy's Repair and Resale. Just finish getting that nice and cleaned out. Alright, and we'll come in with a little more. Well, actually, let's go ahead and alright, we'll come in one more time with some IPA. And cotton swab. Right, still a little bit on the board. Again, it's not conductive, but why not have a clean board, you know? Let's work with some clean stuff. Alright, so now that the APU is fully cleaned off, we're going to go ahead and reapply some MX4. I saw somewhere recently that MX4 or MX6 came out lately. I don't know if anybody has tried that, but I'd love to hear somebody else's feedback on that. For right now, I'm going to keep using MX4 because it never does me wrong. I have no complaints about MX4. Alright, so I'm going to come in here and just a little dribble right there. That's really all you need. I probably put too much, honestly, but it's fine. With this being a smoker's console, it probably needs a little help, you know? Alright, so let's go ahead and get this reassembled. Go. Swap you back over here. There we go. Had some trouble getting the tabs to pop on there. Alright, now we throw the X clamp back on. There we go. Alright, so X-clamp is back on. Go ahead and bring the lower portion of the housing back in. I'll bring you guys back over here as well. Okay. All right, let's bring you guys back over. All right, and just double check the stream. All right, stream's good. Fantastic. All right. I don't know if I've mentioned this yet, but thank you guys to everybody who came and checked out the stream and is hanging out. I mean, Uber, you've been the only one chatting, and I appreciate that greatly. I'd love to see more people in chat. If you guys are here, come hang out. I'm always happy to respond while I'm taking breaks from work. But thank you guys anyway, even the lurkers, for coming and hanging out, man. It means the world to me that people are actually interested enough to come and watch me do stuff like this. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start reassembly until we get to the disk drive, which basically means I'm going to clean the fan off real quick. All right, loud noises. All right, there we go. Nope, just kidding. I'll just do this with the hand brush though. No more loud noises for a moment. All right, and all right, so the fan is relatively clean for now. All right, and fan cable is plugged back in. All right, so I'm going to move this off to the side for a moment because it's time to take apart the disk drive. Alright, first things first, give it a clean. A very cursory clean, but a clean nonetheless. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and pop these cables off. Being super gentle with this. Don't want to break any cables. Man, this cable does not want to come out. I have misplaced my pliers as well. I have a set of pliers which I would prefer to be using here. I don't know where they went. Tweezers are not my ideal tool for this. And that's why. Well, I do have fathead tweezers. Where'd my fathead tweezers go? Let's try fathead tweezers. Okay. Again, not my preferred method to do this, but I can't find a daggone pliers. Nope, I'm gonna go find my pliers. Alright. Oh. Pliers. Oh, found the pliers. Buried in with my multimeter. As it goes. Alright, so pliers, gentle wiggle. There we go. Isn't that nice and good? Alright, so to remove the disk drive, or to take apart the disk drive, I should say. I'm going to bring you guys in a little bit. I wish I could zoom more for you. Unfortunately, that's about all I got. Alright, I'm going to take my Phillips head bit, which is around here somewhere. There we go. Alright, so I got 2 screws right here. Not mix those up with other screws. Alright, and then the other 2 screws are underneath this little mesh piece right here. Go ahead and take those out. Don't worry about messing up the mesh. Meshing up the mesh, yes. Hashtag meshing up the mesh. Alright. And then once we have that, should just be able to pop it open. Let's get pointier tweezers to actually get some lift. There we go. Alright, and that just comes right up. So if I remember correctly, the laser is actually underneath this whole thing, which means I'm gonna have some work to do. Alright, so there are 1, 2, 3 ribbon cables keeping everything in place. This is also the daughter board. This daughter board is paired to the main motherboard. That's why it's called a daughter board. You see what they did there? So in order to get to the laser, we have to remove these 3 ribbon cables as well as these 3 screws, 1, 2, 3, and move all of that out of the way. So let's go ahead and do that now. Let's go ahead and, where's the locking tab on this? I'm pretty sure this is a locking tab. Oh, let's not break things. This is definitely locked in. Alright, that's fine. Alright, so in case you haven't noticed, I've never taken this apart before. I've never taken one of these apart before. There we go. Okay, yeah. I knew there was a locking tab on there somewhere, I just couldn't figure it out. But I figured it out. Alright, is this the same thing? Sure is. Alright, and then I'm assuming this would also be the same thing. And it is. Alright, so we got 3 ribbon cables out. Alright, then we're going to take the screws out. So I'm setting up an area that is specifically for disk drive screws so I don't lose them. Because this is my first time working on one and I'm doing it from memory of a video I saw one time. So, see how this goes. Alright, so we got that. And we should just be able to pop the daughter board right out here. Watch out for the ribbon cables and... How was that? Alright, and the daughter board is here. Okay, Now, in order to remove this whole laser assembly, I think it's these large screws here. So, let's see. We're all going to learn together, guys. So there are... Alright, I got 1, 2, 3 larger screws. So I'm pretty sure from what I remember, I have to take this whole assembly out in order to get to the laser on the bottom, because the laser is pointed down. Alright, and there are little rubber bumpers there. Okay. And 3. Alright, what I'm going to attempt to do is remove the whole laser assembly. Okay, yep. Just like that. I'm trying not to damage anything here. I know there's a way that it comes out. I just have to find that way, because it is in quite well, I will say that much. Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright. So there's the... So here we have the disc spinner, and this is the laser. That's the laser right there. That's what we're going to clean up real quick and see if it affects anything. Let's go ahead and check this track as well and make sure it moves the way that it's supposed to. Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything stopping it from moving the way it needs to. Okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and give the laser a clean real quick. It is super sensitive, so we got to be careful with it. But we're going to spray down a little bit of IPA onto my workbench here. And we're going to take a fresh Q-tip. And we're going to dab it in the IPA. Just a little dab. And very carefully, we're going to clean off the laser. Now, how much this is going to work, I don't know. The laser itself could just be bad. And if that's the case, it would have to be replaced. But we're going to try. Alright, so the laser's cleaned. Which means we can go ahead and figure out how to slide this thing back in. Okay. All right, there we go. That wasn't as difficult as I thought it might be. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and Well, that's an interesting behavior for that to have. Oh, there we go. That's why. All right. So we're going to go ahead and reinstall the bigger screws, holding the laser assembly in place. And I can see little bits of dirt that have been brushed off from my workbench, making their way back in here. Definitely don't want to see that. Alright, we can flip this board back over. Okay. And same thing with this one. Just slide the ribbon cable back in. Gently. Carefully. Alright, there we go. And then we're going to come in with the screws that hold the daughter board into the housing. There we go. Now, if this doesn't work and it still can't read disks, then what we're going to do is we're going to take this daughter board and we're going to put it in this disk drive. This way they'll still be matching up. And then we'll just swap them out that way. Alright. And we're going to reattach the plate here. Now, I am not 100% confident. I'm going to be real honest on this fix. I am not sure this is going to work. But it's easy to check, you know what I mean? It's worst case scenario, I take the daughter board out, I put it in the replacement disk drive, and we're good. So, yeah, not the end of the world if this doesn't work. But it's worth it to be able to keep on, continue to hold on to that other disk drive. Now, I could just swap the laser assembly out, but that, to me, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I'd rather just replace the entire unit. Alright, checking the stream. Oh, no worries, I appreciate you hanging out, man. Yeah, now I know it's usually better to replace them, but to go through the whole process of replacing just the laser assembly, I'd rather just replace the whole disk drive. Although now that's not making a whole lot of sense. Uber, you got me thinking here, man. Maybe it's easier to just replace it, because then I don't have to desolder the daughter board. I'm just changing the laser. Yeah, that makes so much more sense. Okay. Good call, man. Thank you. This is why I need you guys here. You make me think. Alright. Alright, so now that the disk drive is reassembled, we can begin the process of reassembly. Where did I put those cables? Alright, and other cables. Alright. Go ahead and dust off the hard drive. It is a 1 terabyte hard drive, which is good. Very, very good. Alright, so let's go ahead and plug the hard drive back in. And I'm not going to fully reassemble it. I am just going to put it together enough to test. There we go, which means I'm not even going to put that power cord all the way in. Oh, damn it. Which is good because I'm an idiot and forgot I need to connect the disk drive. Go. Okay, fantastic. Alright, here we go. So, it is assembled enough to test. If it still doesn't work, I do need to have the eject button plugged in because I won't be able to manually eject it. So, and the fireworks are already beginning down here in South Florida. All right. Go. All right. Let's go ahead and swap up to the screen. All right, disk is in. And let's see how this one plays out, shall we? All right. Try to reboot. Any better? Okay, awesome. Fantastic. All right, sorry. So to clarify, that was my customer I was working the PS5 on earlier today. I had to replace the M.2 connector because he broke it because he was trying to force an M.2 in. And so we fixed that, but the M.2 was defective. I tested it in multiple PS5s that I have here. Just never worked. So, fixed the port, but couldn't actually get it working for him, so he's going to FaceTime me later when he gets a replacement, and we're going to take care of that for him. He's a good guy. So, in the meantime, we are going to relocate my pliers, because I'm not doing this again. There we go. Alright. And we're going to reach in here and just wiggle back and forth to remove that cable. Alright. And really? You make me do this? Apparently that's dead. Alright, I gotta charge that. Back to ratchet screwdriver. Alright, there we go. And this connector just comes right off there. Move that over to the side. Actually, while I'm thinking about it, let's go ahead and make this as easy as possible. Power supply out. Disk drive disconnected. Keep these separated so I remember what's what. Cramp. Alright, there we go. Alright, I'm going to move this over here. Okay. This is old. This is new. Alright. Let's go ahead and pop these open. Open up the old one first, take the old laser out. I'm not going to replace just the laser, I am going to replace the whole housing unless that's not possible. But I'm pretty sure it's possible. Ooh. There we go. And same thing as before. Just gonna pop the locking tabs. There we go. There we go. Oh, you guys can't see a damn thing. Lovely. Let's get you fixed back in here, shall we? All right. There we go. And we're gonna take out the screws for the daughter board again. going to go ahead and take that out. And let's go ahead and pop open this other one. Just keep the screws up here so I don't get them mixed up. Okay, there we go. Well, this is a first. Okay. Well, you know what, guys? I've already made money on this job. You want to know why? Look at this. Look at this. There's a goddamn penny in the disc drive. Oh my goodness. There is a whole ass penny in the disc drive. In case you guys can't see it, let me prop that up for you here. Yep, there is a penny on the disc drive. Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. That's amazing. Oh, well, that's my laugh for the day. I needed that. Alright. And then same process here. I'm going to pop the locking tabs to remove the ribbon cables. Oh, that's hilarious. And it's not even like it's in where the disc goes. It was literally on top of a chip on top of the daughter board. Oh. Ribbon cables are out, but I do still have to remove the daughter board screws. There we go. Okay, so it does look like it's the same. Yeah, it's literally the same thing. Okay, so I should just be able to do a direct swap. Let's go ahead and take the old one out. Alright, there we go. And same thing as the last time, hopefully. Did we learn from our mistakes? A beer mat. I tell you, it's crazy where the things that people put in these disk drives. Don't move it.
Borrow your car?
Huh?
Can you borrow your car?
Sure.
Look up the Publix, the left sides.
Okay. I think my keys are up on the hook. Yeah. Oh, did I leave the disc in there? I might have left the disc in there. I did. That's okay. Not a big deal. There we go. Alright, so we're going to remove the whole assembly. Just going to put it to the side for right now because I'm not 100% sure that I won't need it. Alright, just going to leave that as is. Here's my screwdriver. Alright, there we go. Mm-hmm. My brakes are a lot softer than yours. Heads up. You have to give it a little heat. All right. All right. There we go. There we go. All right. So the entire laser assembly is now swapped over. I'm just going to screw it all down, reassemble, and we're going to put it back together and test. See if that fixes the problem. Alright, and somehow this locking tab became disengaged, or re-engaged. I don't know. It's engaged, it's getting married, it's a great time. There we go. Alright. And now we grab the daughter board screws, or whatever screws happen to get magnetized, and just bring them all over, because why not? Hold on a minute. Hold a moment. I think this board is not sitting right. Yeah, it was not. Okay. There we go. Now it's sitting properly. Almost. Oh, yeah. Right. All right, and go. All right. Sincerely hope this works, because if it doesn't, I don't know what else is going to be causing it. All right, there we go. Gotta put the little condom back on it. Little condom. All right, so that is reassembled. Let's go ahead and bring the rest of the board over. The hard drive's still installed, so we're gonna go ahead and reinstall the disk drive. And we do have to reinstall the eject button just in case it does not work. All right, eject button is reinstalled. All right, let's try this again. There we go. Okay. Swap over the screen. All right, so far so good. I didn't fix it enough to where I broke it. Okay. Now, I did hear a strange noise come from the disk drive this time. I don't know that it's reading it, but I heard a noise. Let's try this again. Hey, there we go. Hell yeah. That is... Let's just make sure it actually reads and such. Yep. There we go. That is installing. Done deal. All right. So that is now a working console. Which means we can go ahead and fully reassemble it. There we go. Oh, that thing's a pain in the tuchus. All right. Let's go ahead and remove this eject button. There we go. All right. So she is fully functional now. And because I cleaned as I went, there is minimal cleaning that's going to be involved. And I already replaced the thermal paste. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and take this fan off for a second so I can seat this power supply properly. I'm going to turn this back on so I can see you guys. Alright, there we go. Power supply is seated properly. Alright, there we go. It's a good day. Alright, so that is 2 of 3 that we have gotten fixed. Woo! Alright. So we'll go ahead and begin the reassembly process. go. Okay, there we go. All right. Ratchet screwdriver coming in clutch. All right. All right. So that is super exciting that we got 2 of them fixed up. And both of them are issues I have not repaired before. So I got new experience today. And of course the hard drive is wanting to play games. Why is it always the hard drive? All right, there we go. All right, that should bring it up enough for the rest of the screws to go in. Unless, of course, it does not. What'd you end up getting, baby love?
Lemon pasta salad.
Okay, that sounds good. Uh-huh.
A little mini project for me.
I'm sorry?
A little mini project for me.
There we go. Alright, I am not left-handed. I am attempting to do this left-handed. We'll see how this plays out. Alright, I think that worked out pretty well. Let's put the last of these component screws in, and then we'll get to the frame screws, and once we get everything in its proper place, there we go. Alright, let's see if we can go 3 for 3 today, huh? I'm very excited about this. Actually, while I'm getting this reassembled, I am going to go charge my my electric screwdriver. So bear with me a moment, guys. Ugh. All right. Oh, and we're back. All right. In just a moment, we're going to finish the reassembly here. Appreciate you guys being oh so very patient with me throughout this process here. Alright, there we go. And we're just about ready for frame screws. I never remember which one gets which. Is this the frame screw or is this the component screw? Nope, this is the component screw. Okay. Is there one more component that I'm missing? Yeah, there sure is. Right here. All right. So I am going to quickly go ahead and just spray this down with some alcohol. Try and get some of that smoke smell out of there. All right, that'll do for now. All right. that's in place, let's go ahead and start putting the frame screws back so we can get this put back together in full. And I will have to turn it back on to remove my disc because I do need that. Alright, there we go. Ruh-roh. Is that a missing component screw? That is a missing component screw. Apparently I'm missing a component screw somewhere. Oh, I found it. Oh, and I gotta put the X-clamp screws back in. Can't forget that. There we go. That. All right, there we go. All right, let's get the X-clamp screws back in. Go. Number 2. I don't know if you actually have to do these in a star pattern, but just from changing lug nuts and all that, I end up doing it in a star pattern anyway. Or as close to a star pattern as you can get with a square. All right. And last of those. All right, let's go ahead and reconnect whatever the heck this is. I still don't know what this is. I'm pretty sure it's the sync button. Pretty sure. All right, there we go. Screwing down the sync button. Okay. All right, and let's just give a quick brush, get some of this excess dirt off. All right. And let's go ahead and do the Wi-Fi card first. Clean some of that dirt out of there. Alright, well that Xbox down that I was going to fix is now a parts console, because I've stolen things from it. So, it's a parts console now. Not a big deal. I only paid, I think, like 50 or 60 bucks for it, so it's not a huge loss. No, it's really not a loss at all because I'm using the parts to repair other consoles that are going to make me money. So we'll call it a wash. How about that? So it's a nice wash. All right. There we go. This thing did not want to get in there. All right, there we go. And then power board. Let me go ahead and plug that ribbon cable back in for the eject button if it wants to cooperate. I don't think it's in the lock position right now. Yeah, no, definitely not. Okay. There we go. Alright. And we'll go ahead and slide some of that ribbon cable down. Alright, that's fine. I'm not going to tear the ribbon cable over it. Not a huge deal. Alright. I do have my electric screwdriver fast charging, so I'm hopeful that it will work by the time I'm done putting this together and getting the disc out. There we go. Okay. And same thing here. I'm just going to give it a bit of a spray with isopropyl alcohol. Try and get some of that smoker smell out. It's almost impossible, but at least to try and get some of it. My cat is very upset because he smells the food going on inside and he wants some. But he is a literal trash cat. He will go through the trash and find any bits of food and anything that he's not supposed to get into because he has irritable bowel syndrome. So we have to keep him at my work area when my lady is making dinner. Otherwise, he will become a pest and try to steal foods like the trash cat he is. We love him dearly. Jacob. Hey. Why are you meowing so much? You hungry? Yeah. You got plenty of food out here. Yeah. Those are two of my 4 cats you can see off in the corner there. Alright. Oh, just found little specks of dust that I'm going to try and get out. Alright, that's as close to good as it's going to get. swap this over. This is always my least favorite part of doing this. Okay, so. So, yes, it's supposed to go here. Nope. Okay. Come on. Off you go. All right. Okay, there we go. Now it's in. Perfect. All right. Thanks for the patience through that whole debacle. I'm gonna have to come in here and just run a quick dusting over it. Of course, I'm gonna clean the outside and all that kind of stuff before they get ready for resale. There we go. So I'm not adding any alcohol with this one because I don't want it to get stuck and soaked in. There we go. That's 10 times better already. All right. Here we go. All right. So I'm not even gonna plug it in, or I'm not gonna HDMI it. I just need to get my disc out. There we go. That's all I need. And now I have a parts disk drive. Get that shut down. As soon as it wants to shut down. There we go. Alright, that is 2 of 3. Fixed and ready to go. And now for the fun one. Alright, bear with me just a moment, guys. I'm going to grab a drink and my electric screwdriver, and I will be right back so we can get 3 of 3 fixed today. You stay put out here. Okay. Oh. All right, we are back. I forgot to grab my beverage. I will grab one from out here. Oh, I think Dr. Pepper is going to hit the spot right now. So we're going Dr. Pepper. All right. Oh yeah. Cheers, Dr. Pepper. All right. And on to the final one. Here we are. All right, here we go. Just have to double check something real quick. All right. So this is the one that has no display. Actually, before I get started, let me grab necessary tools. Well, I shouldn't say necessary tools, but necessary equipment. And this will be just fine because I am 85% sure it's going to be the HDMI chip, the HDMI encoder, the HDMI redriver, whatever you call it. It fails on these things all the damn time. And this nozzle is not very appreciative of my attempts to get it on to my heat gun. Alright, I'm gonna shut my heat gun off for a moment. There we go. Alright. Nozzle's on the heat gun. And heat gun goes back up. Alright, so again, no display. I am fairly confident that it's going to be the HDMI chip. But there's only one way to find out. Let's go ahead and get it disassembled. I will keep these junk parts for components because as it was shown today, almost dropped my soda. As it was shown today, you never know when you're going to need a ribbon cable. So I will keep those parts for junk. Alright, so let's just get right to the disassembly since I already have a good idea what I'm doing with this. This one also has already been opened, but this I heard from the seller who said that he opened it to try and take a look. He said no work was done to it. He took it to some kind of shop or something, and they said that it was probably the HDMI redriver, which it probably is. Now we're going to go ahead and get this disassembled. There we go. Push forward, pop off, and slide off. This one is somewhat dusty, but I mean, I've seen far worse. Someone has definitely been in here who is unfamiliar with the Xbox because they have marked off, show you guys on camera here, see these little purple marks? They've marked off where the frame screws go. Which is probably why they didn't mess around with the HDMI chip, because if you have to mark off where the screws are, you're probably not familiar enough with the console to be working on it like that. Which is fine. Ain't nothing wrong with it. I'm not judging. It's honestly good to know your limits and work within them. So, I mean, I respect that. Alright. Wi-Fi card out. Power board out. Tweezers. Ribbon cable removed safely. All right. And connector. There we go. 1 and 2. Carefully remove connector. You can use just your thumbnail or whatever nail's longest for you. Mine happens to be my thumb or my pointer most days. Yeah, let's take the frame screws out first. I was contemplating just doing them all at once, but now I have to take the frame ones out. Alright. Let's move. Make some room. Go. You know, sometimes I wish the stream button had a fast function stream so you could fast forward through all the boring stuff. And now I am that guy. Here's how we disassemble the Xbox One X for the 3rd consecutive time with nothing changing whatsoever. Alright. So the frame screws are now out, which means we can take this thing out of here. There we go. A little bit dusty, but I've seen far worse. Oh, where are you going? All right, there we go. And I believe they put a wrong screw in. Oh, maybe not. Alright. Go ahead and remove this little top hat here. Alright. All right. Component screws becoming unscrewed. Ugh. There we go. Alright, ratchet screwdriver time. Electric screwdriver is fine for re-screwing, but not for screwing in. It does not have the proper torque, which is sad. It would make life so much easier if it torqued properly. But that's fine. Alright, here we go. My kitty's just still very angry. Yeah, I hear you. You're not allowed to have the food in there. It's not for you. It's not for you. What I say? No food for you. No human food for you. How bad? Very loud. My cat's just gonna sing for us while I get these screws undone. Everybody enjoy the chorus of Kitty. Oh, now you want to be quiet. He got shy when I called him out. See how that works? Alright. Gingerly flip it over. Gingerly. Alright. So, move disk drive. Move power supply. To remove disk drive. Hard drive. Disconnect fan. Remove fan in order to remove power supply. Boop. Boop. Alright. Lift up on remaining board. Ooh, whoever put this X-clamp on last did not do a very good job. I see a little bit of corrosion. I'll show you guys under the microscope in just a minute here, but I'm seeing a little bit of corrosion that kind of looks like liquid damage, but might also just be thermal paste. Yeah, no, it looks like this had water damage at some point. Alright, we're going to have to do a pretty thorough inspection on this. Alright, so I'll show you guys what I'm talking about in a moment here. Let's go ahead and go ahead and pop this clamp. Go. Okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and move you guys over. And switch over to microscope cam. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and pop this off. Alright. Well, thermal paste is definitely beat, but that's to be expected. I'm just looking for anything else on this board that tells me it might have had liquid damage. I don't see anything else. I know the back of these boards have like a natural corrosion to them, which is weird. But anyway, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about here. So, this is the board, and you'll see, yeah, see all that? All this right here? Yeah, that's corrosion. Yeah, you can see it a lot better now. That's corrosion. That's not coming up. So, this definitely had some kind of water damage to it. And the reason I know that is because it's all around. It's not just in that one spot. You got some right over here, you got some right here, you got some down here, all in the corners. You can see that there's some corrosion. So, not the greatest. And the back of the board is a little bit dusty, so I'm going to go ahead and just give it a brushing. But again, it did turn on okay, so I'm not terribly worried about the corrosion. If it's not broke, don't fix it. And I don't see anything. That's interesting. Is that factory? Is that a super glued component? That is right by the HDMI system. That's weird. That's very weird. There's two of them. Oh no, they're all looking like that. Okay, never mind. It looks like they're all looking like that. I've never seen a component that has that kind of clear film around it before. Where are we? This one. Yeah, it's not flux. That's solid. It looks like glue. But then you got another one right up here next to it. Same thing. So, I'm pretty sure it's a power management IC. Or having to do with the power management at least, because this whole area right here looks like power. But that's not what we're here for. What we're here for is this little guy right here. That's what we're here for. Alright, so I'm just looking around for missing components. I've changed enough of these that I should be able to recognize if something's missing. And I don't see anything missing. Alright, I do want to check to see if there's been any rework done to it. Check for signs of flux. Okay. No. That looks like factory solder. I don't see any signs of flux. Yeah. There's a little bit of solder up by these joints by the ESD bypass that looks fresh. You can kind of see it right there. Looks like there's been some fresh solder put on there along with this one. So that's a little concerning. But either way, the work must go on. Alright, give me just a moment. I gotta get some more light in here from my side because I'm having trouble seeing. to get some extra illumination. Alright, so I need my good set of tweezers. This appears to be my good set. Yep, looks like it. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and back up the microscope a bit here. And I need to relocate where I put, there we go, my chips. Alright, so I got my chips here. Now with this one being so close to the RAM, I do want to get it off as quickly as possible, but at the same time I don't want to use flux. So I'm going to be careful and quick at the same time. Just letting this get up to temperature. Warm up the area around the board. I'll have the heat pointed away from the RAM chip. Now I'm applying just a little bit of light upward pressure. Just a little bit of light pressure. Waiting for the solder to melt. Alright, heat's starting to get in my fingers a little bit. Woo! Hot. There we go. Took a little patience, but we got it off. Alright. Gonna let that board cool down a little bit. Make sure I didn't lose any components. Nope, no components were lost. Fantastic. Alright, I'll move it over here. This general area. Actually, we'll move it over here. Alright, and we're going to remove a new chip. There we go. Alright, we're going to drop some flux on that chip. Because we are going to tin this chip. So, there we go. Grab a soldering iron. And just a tiny little dab of leaded solder. You come in here. Just gonna hold the chip in place. Okay, well, let's clean the iron off. My tip does not seem to be wanting to accept any solder right now. So we're gonna go ahead and swap tips. I may have had it on for too long without putting anything on there, which is, I mean, it happens. All right. Let that cool down for just a second while I get a new tip prepared. There's my rag. All right. I'm using my pliers to remove the main guard because this is very hot. Go. Right. Alright, there we go. So that tip has been changed. Go ahead and crank this back up. Alright, there we go. So we're back up to temperature. Just give a quick clean of the tip. Heat up some of that flux on here. There we go. There we go. Get those tips nice, or the pads nice and tinned. should do. There we go. Now, I know a lot of people think that this might be trivial, and it might be. But in my experience, I've had the most success with these chips. That's fine. I've had the most success with these chips after tinning them. So that's why I continue to do it. Alright, there we go. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and grab our chip. And we're going to bring it right back over in yaw. There we go. Alright, so we're just going to... Nope. You gotta do a 180 for me. There we go. Alright. Now I don't know. Oh, dang it. Rude. Okay. Now I don't know that it's in the right spot. I need to clean the chip off and find the marker that shows where pin number 1 is. Still can't quite see. I think I might actually have it the first time, but let's take a look. Nope, nope. I'm off. Oh wait, am I off? Oh no, I was right. Yay! How about that, huh? Alright, so I'm going to try and get it roughly in line, which that actually looks pretty good. And of course I overcorrect because I overthink. So we're just going to knock it out of place and try and get it back into place. Alright, you know what, that's probably fine. Not overthinking again, huh? Alright. So, with that being said, we're going to go ahead and add just the tiniest bit of flux. I mean, just a dribbity dribble of flux. Because I want it to flow back into place on its own. Okay, that'll do fine for now. Alright, we're going to go ahead and crank. I am going to turn my airflow down just the tiniest bit, down to like 70% instead of 90%. Alright. We are up to temperature. Melt the flux down, which should help the solder to flow. Yep, and it's trying to run off on me. That should do for now. I just really need to get the solder to bond. That's the most important thing. There we go. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and increase the airflow. Alright. To make sure it's in place. Alright, so the solder is bonded. I'm going to go ahead and put a little more flux down and reflow it. Alright, and we're going to let that cool for a moment. Well, actually, while the board's hot, we'll go ahead and just tidy up around the edges. So, a little more flux. Alright, let's get some isopropyl alcohol down and we'll check our work. I think I already see a bridge on the one side over here, so let's take a look. Yep, sure does look that way. Let's get a little closer. Yep, that's bridged. Alright, let's fix that. It is lined up, which is good, but we gotta fix that bridge. Bridge is fixed. Alright, let's come around to the other side. You just want to check to make sure that's lined up. Yep, that's lined up. That's lined up as well. And that's all lined up as well. And no bridges. Alright, looks like we're good. I'm going to let this cool down for just another minute or two. I don't want to put it into the board super hot. Also, my hot air gun never shut off. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and clean off the remainder of that flux that I just had to put on there. Alright. Give it a good scrub. Alright, so tip looks good. How's heat? Heat's not bad. Let's go ahead and change out thermal paste while we're here. Clean off the old stuff. There we go. Hot air gun finally decided to turn off. Tremendous. Alright. Get some IPA on there. Alright, and just cleaning up the thermal paste in between the APU caps over here. Get that all nice and cleaned. Alright, come back in with the toothbrush. And a little more IPA. There we go. That's a lot better. Alright. And give it a cotton swab. Alright, and just a splash more of IPA to finish the job. Alright. Where's my regular brush? There we go. Regular brush. Brush off all this extra thermal paste. Alright. Go ahead and apply new stuff. Where's my MX4? Why am I losing everything, including my brain? Alright. There we go. Realistically, that's all you need. Alright. I do need to clean off this old thermal paste from the heatsink as well. Alright, and it is time to begin reassembly so we can test and see if we have a display. Now, just to be clear, I did look at the port beforehand. I saw nothing visually that would lead me to indicate it was the problem, so I didn't bother to try and get that going. Just to be clear, it's not like I forgot or something. I just did a quick visual inspection, and based on my experience, there was no need for it. Alright, there we go. X clamp. There we go. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start reassembly, just enough to test. Go ahead and bring you guys back over here. You can watch DOS Magic. Go. Where'd that brush go? Just give a quick little dusty dust. This heatsink's got a bunch of corrosion on it too. Alright, hold on. Loud noises. Alright, here we go. Let's go ahead and give the fan a quick dusting. Again, loud noises. do for now. And I'm not feeling overly confident to where I'm going to reassemble the whole thing and test. But I am feeling confident enough that I will at least put the power supply in its proper place. Alright. I feel like that's a fair hedging of my bet. Like, I'm living somewhat dangerously in that I have put the power supply back where it needs to go. But not so dangerously. Hang on. Sorry. Loud noises, guys. This power supply is dusty as hell. Go. So again, living somewhat dangerously, but not to the point where it's irrevocable. You know? All right, hard drive in place. Disk drive coming in. There we go. All right. There we go. All right. That is together enough to test. Here we go. Alright, so let's have some fingers crossed for those of you that are still with me here. It's been a long stream. This is the longest I've streamed in quite a while, actually. It's been a long one today. I'm getting hungry. My lady made some delicious pasta salad that I cannot wait to jump in there and grab. But I did not stream last weekend, so kind of making up for it, you know? Just cleaning off some flux on my HDMI cord. That does happen a lot from me doing HDMI port replacements. Go. Power cord going in. Uh-oh. Power supply came loose from its correct positioning. Let's see if we can get that fixed, huh? Well, not quite. Well, let's lift up the fan slightly. The fan is not going to be... Alright, well, I'm not hedging my bet anymore. I just need to see if it turns on. I'll fix it afterwards. No more hedging of bets. There we go. That's fine. Alright. That'll do. Alright. And let's go ahead and get you guys up to screen here. And let's see what we find out, shall we? I already have my controller over there. Alright, let's swap over. And here's a hope and a prayer. Alright, so we got a light. That stays on. That's good. Black screen. Yay! And that's a display, baby. Let's go. Let go. That's what I'm talking about. Alright. Let's go through our usual testing while we're here. Go ahead and skip sign in for right now. I don't have the Wi-Fi card plugged in, so let's plug that in. Nope. What happened? It turned off. Interesting. What the hell? What happened? That's weird. It just shut off. Shut off when I put the Wi-Fi card in. That's really strange. Let's test that theory again, shall we? Yeah, as soon as I plug that Wi-Fi card in, the power goes. Oh, you know why? I'm shorting it. It's going in backwards. Jesus. That's the problem. There we go. Make sure you put it in right, kids. I hope I didn't just fry the Wi-Fi card. I mean, I have another one, thankfully, but still, that would be embarrassing, to say the least. But that is a beautiful display. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and skip sign in for the moment. Going to go to settings. Or actually, no, that's not where I want. My games and apps. Let's see if there's a disc in here. No, it doesn't look like there's a disc in here, so I don't have to worry about it. Okay, good. Alright, let's go ahead and make sure it can get on Wi-Fi and I didn't just blow the card by putting it in backwards. I'm going to turn you guys away for a moment. Beauty cam. Mwah. I'm just going to sign into my network. Make sure I didn't fry the card. I mean, it found it, so I'm assuming it's not fried, but just want to make sure. Now, I have a feeling it's going to tell me it needs an update. Yep, there we go. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and get the update rolling. But I think we're going to end the stream right here. I'll finish testing it offline and making sure that everything works properly. But we did it, guys. We had 3 broken Xbox One X consoles and we fixed all 3 of them. One was a bad ribbon cable for the eject button, one of them was a bad laser in the disk drive, and one of them was a bad HDMI chip. All 3 fixed, all 3 ready to get cleaned up fully and go on to their new forever homes. I treat them like pets because they deserve forever homes, just like pets do. And I have 4 cats, so I know. That's going to be it for the stream today, guys. I hope everybody has a wonderful and safe 4th of July. Seriously, be safe out there. I don't want to read about you guys in the paper or losing fingers or on Palm Beach mugshots. You know who you are. Don't do it. For me. Please. I love you guys dearly. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out. I know it was a long stream today, but all 3 of them got fixed. That's how we do here at Roy's Repair and Resale. My name is Roy. I do repair and resale, and I will see you the next time. Thanks a lot.